is allowed, I suppose, to have exercises, etc. Mr. Minister also complained about the fact that he sometimes cannot have the opportunity to consult with his client. So the last hearing I undertook to speak to Judge Cameron. I didn't do it because when I told the JP Mlambo that I intended approaching him in connection with your client's complaints, he told me that Cameron, Judge, had already written a letter to him. In that letter, they were discussing, amongst other things, the fact that judges of the high courts, when they make orders which proclaim accused persons who are therefore who are detained pending them being certified to be compos mentis, meaning that they can stand trial. But before they do that, a psychologist, psychiatrist, or doctor must examine that type of person. And normally the judges only make a blanket order that the accused person is referred to Sterkfontein, whichever hospital, mental hospital or vet copies, whatever. And sometimes in the system, the accused persons are never again visited upon by the psychiatrist. So Judge Cameron was complaining that these persons fall through the cracks because their detention is not defined. And he was insisting that maybe judges should make orders defining exactly that this 90-day period, what should happen to it. And preferably an order which is justifiable to detain this person for mental examination should be about 90 days, but within 90 days or at the end of 90 days, that person should again be seen in court by a judge who will then determine whether in fact this person is being treated or not. Judge Cameron also made mention, it's public knowledge, that he believes that some of the detentions are, as he puts it, are inhuman in the sense that they do not have consideration of the constitutional rights of some of the prisoners, and that sometimes the Bill of Rights is being compromised in that fashion, in that they are not given enough time to go and exercise, they are not accorded time to be visited by their loved ones or relatives or wives, and that he thought that exigency should be visited upon by the Department of Correctional Services, which apparently he did. And JP Mlambo, when I discussed that there is this complaint about the human rights pertaining actually to the detention or the confinement of awaiting trial prisoners, or there are certain complaints which have been visited upon, for instance, by Mr. Mnisi. The JP's view, which I agree with, is that this is a comprehensive question of the alleged infringement of the Bill of Rights, and he cannot alone, because there are 5 or 6 or 9 divisions of the Supreme Court, of the High Court here. It must be a general dispensation which is accorded by the Director of Public Prosecutions. So, concerning Mr. Mnisi's client, I did a bit of research. And I came across this case. The Minister of Justice, Correctional Services and others versus Ntuli and Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services as amicus. I'll give you a copy of this. This case was finalized on the 13th of September 2023 by my brother, Ante Halter. He was sitting with four other judges. And this case, I think it's the most comprehensive decision in South Africa concerning the Bill of Rights as it pertains or affects so-called prisoners or persons who are detained. If you read this case, you'll be able to find your way how you must approach the question of your client. Okay. Hello. It pertains only to that one. It pertains only to a so-called accused person or prisoner who wanted to exercise his rights to study, and he wanted to be accorded the right to have a computer which he must utilize for his studies. But it traverses the Bill of Rights pertinently as it pertains to persons like your client. The only way you can visit that exigency is to bring an application to court, as suggested by Mr. Baloyi, which will have to define your client's rights pertaining to his incarceration, confinement, study, or exercise, visitations by friends, accused persons, or parents, etc., etc. So your only option, because when I read that decision, apparently it accords with what Mr. Nxumalo was telling Baloyi and yourself about the fact that apparently your client is alleged to be, I don't know, a security risk, whatever they mean by that. So you have to bring an application. There is no other way you can do it, because the Director of Correctional Services is the one who frames these regulations which control the incarceration of persons or prisoners, either awaiting or trial or those who are already sentenced. Okay. That's all I can tell you.
As it pleases the court, madam, I'm indebted to the court, and thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
I'm not so sure whether I need to get a directive from Mr. Meyiwa.
Yeah, you'll tell him what the law says and what that judgment pertinently says. That's the only judgment in South Africa.
Yes.
Concerning a Bill of Rights, concerning what your client complains about, amongst other things. Okay.
Yes. I'm not certain whether I can also request that what the court has just alluded to be interpreted to him as well.
Okay, fine. Mr. Interpreter, are you listening?
Yes, Monat.
Yeah,
But
fine.
it was a bit long,
Yeah, okay. No, the salient parts of it.
as the court places. Kuthola na babumnisi khona wa complaina la inkantolo ekhuluma ngeclient yakhe ukuthi ivalelwe la ku solitary confinement. Manje ke khona ke izinto eziningi ezabhekwa ukuthi umuntu mevalelwa for 90 days solitary confinement kukhona ke imithetho eshoyo ukuthi ufanele abonwe yijaji ukuze libonakale ukuthi kukhona yini i-treatment esafanele iqhubeke. And khona ke nje okukhona ukuthi kuthiwa la abantu abavalelwe ke imalungelo abo ababi nendaba nawo ababatholi abantu ababavakashelayo mhlambe izihlobo nabangani. Fake kuthe uma beyokhuluma no-JP Mlambo u-Judge President kwathe kuthola ukuthi no, lokhu akuyona into encane nje, into enkulu impela ethinta namalungelo abantu, and nento ke ngeke akwazi ukuyenza eyedwa, kufanele ukukhulume nalaba ke abahola ke ezamajele. Manje kuthiwe ke into ke abafanele bayenziwe ummeli wakho ukuthi ufanele afake isicelo sokuthi kubhekwe ukuthi amalungelo aphethwe kanjani. Ngathi ngithe ukufinga ngaleyo ndlela.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes.
Sorry, my lord, before I proceed, this morning I was approached by accused number one, my client. Actually, before he made a concern that his identity document has not been given back to him. Then that has been explained, and my lord, his concern was that since 2020 he requested his identity document.
This identity document.
Correct, my lord. His smart card. Now the children are going to university and they want to apply for NSFAS. So there is a need, a requirement for the document to be attached
Okay,
to
thanks.
those applications.
Have you asked or visited, canvassed that issue with Mr.
I
Baloyi?
have, my lord,
What's his view?
number of times.
Oh. Where's the ID?
Indeed, my lord, we confirmed that we had discussions and we explained to my colleague, Mr. Mgumezulu, that in terms of section 31, I think, of the Criminal Procedure Act, this ID document forms part of the exhibit, and up until the finalization of the case, it remains in the custody of the police unless the court orders otherwise. We explained to him that he should make a written request as indicated by the investigating officer, and that is where the matter is, my lord. Once a written request is submitted by Mr. Mgumezulu, the investigating team will then take it from there. And we explained to him that he must set out the reasons why the exhibit should be released at this point in time.
May I approach accused number?
Yes, yes.
May I as well?
Okay,
approach,
here we go.
Mr. Meyiwa?
Okay, thanks.
My lord, my instructions further is that this is an exceptional case where the application has already been made to various universities. So they require the document.
They require?
They require that identity document.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And further, he told me that when he was arrested, upon taking that identity document, he was not arrested for this case. He was arrested for the matter that has been finalized in Tembisa.
Mr. Baloyi, you say,
Well, that evidence is on record as to what happened on the 30th of May,
yeah.
2020, when accused number one was arrested. It was for the Tembisa case, but that was after the investigating team did an analysis and profiling of the accused regarding the current case. So it is part and parcel of the exhibit in the current matter.
Are you not able to make a copy of that identity document and then certify it?
Yes, I explained to my colleague that we don't foresee that there'll be a problem, but obviously a certain procedure has to be followed. There must be record kept
Yeah,
of any
quite.
exhibits that is disposed of,
Yeah.
and I'm sure if you were to follow that procedure, I don't think there'll be any problem. I think the matter has been raised prematurely, and we say this with the greatest of respect with the court. Only if we don't reach an agreement can this matter then be brought to the attention of the court. But I'm sure we'll be able to find each other on this
Okay,
one.
yeah, please. Hey.
May I approach?
Yes, yes, yes.
As it please the court, my lord. My lord, unfortunately, Mr. Meyiwa instructs me that it has come to a point where he can no longer take it. because he has been in that situation that I explained before the recess for 4 years.
Yeah, quite.
And now that it is indicated to him that unfortunately there is nothing that can be done in the meantime to assist him, and the only way through which he can be assisted is for him to bring a substantive application before another court to challenge his situation.
Yes.
He therefore requests, my lord, that this trial should then stop.
Stop.
Yes, it is his request. Those are my instructions. That is what he's instructing me.
I know there's a political party which wanted to stop.
Maybe the word stop. It's another way, but then that the continuation with this trial be suspended in the circumstances, my lord, to afford him the opportunity to contact his family, which he does not know how he's going to do it, to try and find out on his behalf if there's an attorney and an advocate who will be willing to bring that application for him. Because he is saying further, he will not be in a position at to start to drive or to prosecute that application when he's also concentrating in this case. And most unfortunately as well, my lord, I am also not in a position to assist in that application when I'm also supposed to be concentrating on this case. I can't be expected in the afternoon to go and assist in the drafting of papers, also prepare for the following day to come cross-examine and listen to, to analyze testimonies of witnesses and cross-examine them in this case. That will further perpetuate the injustices that he is complaining about, because then I will have to share my concentration. Fortunately, I would not be able to confront two fronts from different angles. To confront two fronts at a go. That I will not be able to do.
So you're saying this trial must be terminated? Because you don't want to, you have used the word stop.
No,
So
my
you're
lord.
saying
I
it
think
must
the
be
court
terminated. What are you
no,
saying?
No, my lord.
What are you saying?
As I said, probably the word stop
So
came out in a rather unsavory way. He's basically requesting that he be afforded the opportunity to try and get an attorney and an advocate through his family that is going to assist him. But the unfortunate part is he will not be in a position to do that when he's also attending this court. So that means for him to be able to fight the battle, which is such a mammoth battle that he's supposed to fight, is for this trial to be suspended for a
for how
while.
long? Suspended for how long? Let me tell you, I've never ever heard of a trial which is suspended on those bases.
Let me then explain the following. Probably the court is also for the first time that is meeting a situation where a person is held in solitary confinement for 4 years, which is the reason why the court has not yet heard of such a situation.
Wait. I just went out of my way. No judge will do what I did.
Yes,
Research the law and come with an SCA decision to you. And I can tell you, this matter, this has been taken on appeal. Are you aware of that? That Ntuli case.
I know Advocate Misholola did refer to the case.
Yeah,
to
but
this case at some point.
It's been taken on appeal to the Constitutional Court. So the Constitutional Court, I don't know when they are going to handle that matter, because whatever they do, that case is the most relevant. Because
It's a binding authority at the moment.
that's it, yeah.
the circumstances, my lord, of this case, as I heard the court trying to elucidate on them, are different in that somebody who is not held in a solitary confinement is requesting for amenities to enable him to study, like laptop and all those other studying gadgets. But here, we are talking of a person who is mentally drained, a person that has been in solitary confinement, who has got no access to television, who has got no access to a radio, who has got access to virtually nothing, no newspaper, no nothing. And he is supposed, or he is expected to formulate a defense in
No,
a case
no.
of such a magnitude, my lord. That
No,
is
no.
totally unfair.
No.
That is totally unfair,
I
my
was-
lord.
I
So
was-
these two cases are totally distinguishable.
Are you saying just to draft a founding affidavit challenging the conditions under which he's been incarcerated, you need this trial to stop?
My lord, I am only conveying what he is
No,
requesting.
you're fine. No.
Because
I think-
maybe he personally intends, because even his funding in respect of this case is done by legal aid.
Yeah, you can apply for legal aid again, no problem.
I'm not even so sure whether, my lord, that they will be able to do that, but I will try. I will try. I'll try to communicate with them during lunchtime. If circumstances permit, I'll bring the answer after lunchtime, my lord.
No, I can tell you now, ne?
Yes.
The interests of justice don't allow that request. I can't. This case, there are 4 or 5 accused persons before me. There are the complainants, there are the witnesses, even myself. I can't be sitting in this case until I die.
Maybe, my lord,
So, there are-
maybe, my lord, in those circumstances, because this is a situation sui generis, probably it will be a justification.
To do
Now, I'm thinking out of the box. It will be a justification to apply for a separation of trial then, to afford him the opportunity to go and attend whatever that he wants to attend, meanwhile the trial, so that to prejudice the other accused with the
No.
continuation
If
of
you
the
say you
trial.
want the separation of trial,
Yes.
what happens to the evidence which has been led? I've never heard.
It
I've
will still
not-
be
just listen to
relevant,
me.
my lord. It will
I've
still
never
be
heard of a
relevant.
separation of trial at this late stage. Never.
But does the court really understand, my lord,
I do.
to stay in solitary confinement
I do. That's why.
for 4 years?
That's
What
why-
does it do to the mind of a person?
That's why I became consent.
Yes.
I engaged the JP. I engaged the Directorate of Inspections, and I even went to the law. And this is not a difficult application, please. It concerns a Bill of Rights. That's all it concerns.
My lord, it is so. It might not be a difficult application to a person who knows the law.
Yeah.
But to a person like him,
You
who
know the
proba-
law.
who
You know the
probably,
law.
but I've just indicated, my lord, that I'm not prepared even with an inch to concentrate in this trial, at the same time be involved in a separate substantive application, which
So-
has got
so-
to do
so-
with
so-
his
so what
housing.
is your
That I'm not
application?
prepared
Okay,
to do.
fine. What
And
is your-
if I'm not prepared to do it, my lord, then he then has got to do it himself. That is where then that notion of to draft an affidavit for in terms of a person who knows the law might not be a tedious thing, but to a person who knows the law, such as him, it's going to be a very tedious
Yeah, he's
thing.
going to instruct a lawyer, obviously. Okay. I'm sorry, I can't accede to any of those requests. Separation of
take
trials,
instructions, my lord.
stop the trial. I can't do that.
Let me take instructions, my
Yeah,
lord.
fine.
But before I do that, I also wish to bring it to the attention of the court, my lord, that it also hinders me, because instructions that are coming from him, at some stage, they don't make sense. You can see that this is a psychologically impaired instruction. They just don't make a sense, my lord. It also hinders me a lot, and I'm expected to bring sense to the court. How do I bring sense to the court in circumstances where I'm getting instructions that are psychologically hindered by virtue of the fact that a person has been in custody in solitary confinement for 4 years? I don't think even at Guatemala prison that is still the position, my lord. Thank you. Let me take instructions.
Yeah, okay, fine.
May I finalize
Yeah, well,
my concern, my lord? My lord, my instruction from accused number 1 is that the state wants to rely on section 31
To what?
to rely to Section 31 to keep the document or the exhibit until the finalization of this matter, of which that was not the same position with accused number 2. Accused number 2, when he was arrested, the state took his identity document and it was given back to him. So he finds no reason why the state should keep his identity document, because there will be no prejudice if such document is presented. And there's already evidence that has been led regarding the identity of the accused that cannot be hampered with.
Yeah, Mr. Baloi.
My Lord, I thought we've reached an acceptable arrangement that my learned friend will knock off an email to the state and setting out the reasons for the disposal of the exhibit at this point, and that will then consider that and revert to him, and that the court will be approached if we don't reach an agreement. And I'm hopeful, my Lord, that we should be able to
Reach
to
an agreement.
reach an agreement on this point.
You know what, I'm even prepared to make an order to say that your client's identity document is in the custody of the South African police. Its SAP 13 number is this and this and this and this and this. And your client's identity documents number is this and this and this and this. Make an order to that effect,
Yes.
if you want me to.
Yes, but we think we might not even reach that point. I'm sure we can find each other on.
Okay, fine. Is that okay, Mr. Mgomezo?
That would be fine for me.
Yes, sir.
As it please the court, my lords. My instructions are that he has been in custody in solitary confinement since 2019. People have come in and went out. People who have reoffended while in prison, they've stepped police and everything. They've stepped other inmates, they went in and went out. Now, apparently he is told that one of the reasons why he should be kept in solitary confinement is because of this case. Now, his question is, some of his colleagues that are also attending, that is also attending with in this case, that is co-accused, are not in solitary confinement. So why should it be him that is in solitary confinement because of this case, when other accused that are also involved in this case are not in solitary confinement? He still insists that may the court please have passion, mercy, and compassion to allow him an opportunity to go and think of a situation or of an idea on how best could he tackle this situation. Because he says, my lord, he cannot even concentrate here at court, because each time he comes here, he's got to think about his conditions where he is housed, as to the reason why is this injustice actually being perpetrated. When he leaves here, he hardly has got time to think about what has been happening here at court for that day, because he spends most of his time in solitary confinement thinking about his agonies. He's basically agonizing about his stay there.
No, fine, I hear that. He must bring an urgent application. He's got the right to do that.
In the meantime, what should then be happening? Because I've got no instructions
meantime, there's
to
nothing-
cross-examine this witness.
No, in the meantime, there's nothing this court can do, because the Commissioner of Correctional Services has made an order. Am I correct, Mr. Baloi?
Yes, indeed. And
Yeah, I mean-
we try to the best of our
Yeah.
ability to mediate, but it's about
That's
separation of
it, yeah. So
powers.
that order must be set aside.
Yes, they exercise powers in terms of the Correctional Services Act.
That's it, yeah.
And, you
It's
know,
nothing this court can
there's
do.
much we can do.
Okay, can we just start with
This
this
is the
matter?
message, my lords. The court cannot compel me to start, my lord. I'm a creature of instructions. If I don't have instructions to start, I can't start. But this is
So,
what he's saying.
Mr.
Yes.
Are you saying if your client says you mustn't start, you're not going to start?
No, but my lord, I
No, I'm
need
just
your
asking.
instructions. I cannot act against his instructions. And this is what he's saying. Ikhoto uma ifuna ukuqhubeka ngenkani yayo, ingaqhubeka. Kodwa mina yazi ukuthi ngihlukumezekile engqondweni. ngicabanga indlela engihlukumezeke ngayo. Those are my
Yeah, fine.
instructions.
I sympathize, and I'm very human about this situation. That's why I'm saying they can bring an urgent application against the correctional services, the minister, the director, and they can even cite the Department of Justice also.
May I then request, my lord, that we have an adjournment. I consult, actually I talk to legal aid and find out if there's something that he can do in respect of this, because basically he is their client. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
It's 7 minutes to 11. Maybe we can then take the short adjournment, the normal short adjournment until about 11:30.
Okay, I'll come back at 11:30.
is I've consulted the office of Advocate Baloyi because we've never done this before with regard to an opinion on how to go about this. Then we were advised to draft the 212 statement, my lord.
Njengoba sengishilo ukuthi sacela ukuthi u-advocate Baloyi ne-ofisi lakhe basisize ngoba sasingakaze sibhale i-statement esinje. Mase sitshela-ke sesiholele ekutheni sibhale i-212 statement.
Captain Ntini, do you understand my question?
Ngiyawuzwisisa yini umbuzo wami?
I understand your question, my lord.
Ngiyawuzwisisa impela.
Thank you. In the course of you being requested to write an affidavit, knowing that that's not a protocol in terms of the forensic science laboratory, for a person in your position then to have done so, did you bring that aspect to the attention of Advocate Baloyi during your consultation? I mean, when you consulted?
Namazisa yini manixoxisana no-advocate Baloyi ukuthi cha kona indlela ekuyona inqubo yethu ukuthi sibhale ama-affidavit.
My Lord, we object to that question. There's no protocol who must actually write a statement or not. And any witness can write a statement as long as they are being asked to write a statement.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi.
I did not get the basis of the objection, my lord.
He says there is no protocol that a person who writes an opinion must do so in the form of an affidavit or otherwise. As long as you are requested to write that opinion, you may choose, I suppose. Is that not so, sir?
That is so, my Lord.
But that comes from the witnesses themselves, my lord.
Yeah, fine, but the lawman says there's no protocol.
Then it means the witnesses were lying then if they said they are not expected to write an affidavit.
Fine, you can make that submission.
So say despite the protocol that you know that as an opinion giver, you shouldn't give an affidavit, you went on to give that affidavit nonetheless, not so?
Noma wazi ukuthi yena ukuletha umbono kuphela wena uphuqelela ukwenza i-affidavit kodwa waqhubeka wayibhala le affidavit anginjalo.
I wrote the affidavit, my lord.
Yebo ngayibhala i-affidavit.
Thank you. You know what does that tell me? It tells me that you went along to try and give some degree of how can I put it? You went along with the state to try and give some degree of there's a term that I'm missing. Of a validation. Yes. You went along to give a validation to the narrative that the state is trying to give or to bring to this court with regard to this firearm by defining your own protocols.
Masengathi wena wasiza umshushisi ukuthi kulethwe isiqiniseko mayelana nalesi sibhamu lesi umshushisi afuna ukusiletha la enkantolo.
My lord, I cannot say I went with the narrative of the state. In this 212, I just wrote what I know and what transpired, my lord.
Ngisho ukuthi bengikhulumisana-ke nalokho bokufuna i-state engakusho nje ukuthi nje mina bengiletha umbono.
That is just by the first aspect that I'm bringing to your attention. And I'm going to request you to keep it in your mind that as a first validation that you're going along to give, in fact, your testimony is that you are trying to give a validation to the narrative that the state is bringing here in respect of the involvement of this firearm, of this alleged firearm in this case. But that's just the first point. Thank you. Let us proceed.
Ngikutshela ukuthi lokho ukukhombisa ukuthi ukuqala ulethe isiqiniseko mayelana nalesi sibhamu okukhulunywa ngaso.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Mangena has agreed when you gave testimony that the process in which you are involved in, ballistic analysis, it's science, and it's a science of accuracy and precision, which is based on the consistent transfer of marks from the tool to the exhibit. Do you align yourself with that?
Umamangena wavuma la enkantolo ukuthi ke i-ballistic i-science ekhuluma ngokudluliseka kwezimpawu ezidluliselwa ey'nhlavini. Uhambisana nalokho?
I'm listening, so you can proceed. I do agree with that.
Athi yebo ngiyavumelana nalokho.
Thank you. Would you also agree that in an event, just a hypothetical situation, in an event where there's been no transfer of marks from the tool to the exhibit, then comparison will not be possible?
Can you please say again?
I'm saying, would you also agree that in an event where there has been no transfer of marks, ballistically so, of marks from the tool into the exhibit, then examination will not be possible?
Uma ukuthi akukho impawu zidlulisekela ku lo mbukiso lo lethe enkantolo, kusho ukuthi ayikho indlela emini ngahlola ngayo.
My lord, even if this is too wide, but what I can say is that when you are comparing the two specimens, then you find no marks, then you are going to give a certain finding if you don't find any mark. But you will be looking at those specimens under the comparison microscope.
So noma ungathatha uthole kwi-exhibit oyilethelwayo kuthiwe akunazo impawu ezikhona lapho, kodwa ekugcineni uyogcina kukhona okubikayo mayelana nokuthi iy'mpawu azitholakalanga.
Thank you. That would basically be a negative finding or a neutral finding, not so.
Lapho kuzobe kukhombisa ukuthi ke umbiko uchaza ukuthi akukho lutho olutholakele kunjalo.
If you don't find the marks, my lord, you will go for inconclusive.
Yes.
Manje uma ungayitholi lezi mpawu leyo uzobe luthi cha lokhu akulethi isiqiniseko.
And in circumstances where the marks do not match at all, what finding will you get?
Manje uma ungatholi lutho kwanhlobo.
My lord, if the marks don't match, you will go for negative. It will be negative.
Manje uma ukuthi ke lezi mpawu lezi azifani uzovele uthi no akuhambelani.
Thank you. Now, Colonel Mangena, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena comes to you on the 22nd and says, can you please give me an opinion on what I've already worked on? Not so.
Mhla 22 ke uKenel Mangela weza kwena uthi ucela ukuthi umnike umbono wakho akunjalo.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo unjalo.
Now, in terms of your knowledge, at what point would a chief examiner, let us call a Lieutenant Colonel Mangera a chief examiner, at what point would a chief examiner go to a colleague of his to go and request for an opinion?
Ulozi lwakho ke ungasiphi isikhathi la ufanele lo esithi chief examiner noma umhloli omkhulu lana okuwumangena afanele ukuthi aye ayofuna imbono yabanye.
My lord, opinion in my section, my lord, is something very common. So it is part of quality control. So from my side, if somebody else come to me and ask for an opinion, it's something that we normally do.
Hayi ucelo lombono into ejwayelekile yenziwayo la engisebenza khona lokhu kusetshenziselwa ke ukuthi kuhlolwe ukuthi equality yinhle yini. Manje ukuthi umuntu azocela ukuthi umnike umbono into ejwayelekile.
Have you ever requested for an opinion, sir, from a colleague of yours?
Akwayicela yini wena ukuthi omunye akunika umbono?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo unjalo.
At what point?
Ngingasiphi isikhathi
I look at the specimens on the microscopic comparison and then just ask for anyone who will be close by or to just go and request somebody to just make sure that he can see what I'm seeing. We can come to the same conclusion. Hence I'm saying it's part of quality control.
ukuthi uma ngibheke lezi zinto ngaphansi kwemicroscope bese ngibona okuthize ngiyicele mhlawumbe oseduze noma ke nje omunye ngimthola ukuthi ake sazohlola ukuthi asho naye ukuthi uyabona into engikubonayo.
Do I understand you well to say that you'd first go through the comparison yourself and then you come to a specific finding or to a specific conclusion? Then with that conclusion in mind, you go to your colleague, go and request for an opinion, not so?
Ngizisaka then ukuthi ukuqala uyahlola bese ke ufikela kwesinye isinqumo uma usufinyelele kuleso sinqumo bese ke uyasudlula ke uye ku colleague yakho umtshela ukuthi uyombuza ukuthi akusize.
My lord, when I go and ask for an opinion, surely my job will be done. I'll be the first person to look at, as the chief examiner. I'll do my job and check those specimens on the comparison microscope and then see what I'm seeing, and then I'll give it to somebody else, my lord.
Okay, mase ngiyocela omunye uthi angeke umbone ngizobe sengiqedile wami umsebenzi. Ngithatha i-specimen lesingifine ngaphansi kwe-comparison microscope ngisibheke kuyima ngikwazi ukuya komunye ngiyocela eyakhe imbono.
Thank you. Now, that is the point at which you'll go out and request for an opinion, not so. When you're done with your job.
Yes, I will first check them.
Thank you. Now, in the course of requesting for an opinion from your colleague, would you discuss certain challenges which you might have had when you went through your job, or you just go give him the exhibits and all of those that you have been working on, and keep quiet and go back to your office?
Manje-ke uma uyokuthi uyocela umbono womunye uyomchazeleni ukuthi iziphi iy'nselelo ahlangana nazo emsebenzini wakho, noma uvele umnike umsebenzi ukuthi yena useyozibonela ukuthi wena uyahambela uyela kwelakhe ihhovisi.
My lord, I will give the examiner the exhibits to check for me to in order to verify that if whatever that I have seen, it's something that he can see.
Hayi ngizonika omunye umhlolo ukuthi naye abheke ukuthi lokho engikubonile naye uyakwazi ukubona.
No, but my question is, when you're taking all the things that you have been working on yourself to your colleague for a third opinion, would you tell him that, look, this is what I got and stuff like that?
Hayi umbuzo wami ukuthi uma uthatha umsebenzi usuwenzile uyise kucolleague yakho ukuthi utholo wakho umbona uyamchazela ukuthi naku uphendule sengitholile.
My lord, I don't tell the results. I just give the person the exhibits to check for me. Then when he gives me feedback, then I'll be able to compare if he has seen something that I have seen.
Hayi angimtsheli ngivele ngimnike ukuthi ayedolele and then-ke uma eseqedile-ke nami ngizobe sengiyabheka ukuthi yini khona into ayibonile nami lengiyibonile.
So basically, I mean, even if after he has done, your colleague, the one that is giving the opinion now, he is done with his opinion, testing, examination and everything. When he brings back your package that he was working on, there's no point at which you two, as experts, would sit down and say, you know what, in the course of my examination of this, these are the things that I've identified, these are the things that I've identified. You just don't do that.
Noma mesebuya-ke lo mceli ukuthi akunike imbono mesebuya ezokutshela esebuyisa la kubuyisela kona ama-exhibit lawo kusho ukuthi anihlali phansi nibonisane ukuthi naku mina ekubonile naku engingakubonanga niyakwazi yini ukuxoxisana.
Obviously, my lord, he will give me the feedback. In the process of feedback, he will tell me what he saw. He saw the marks, corresponding marks, whether it's positive or whether it's, he saw the marks that are different, then it will be negative. Whatever that he will see, he will inform me, my lord.
Thank you.
Whatever the finding.
Mase ngilethela phela umphumela walo umsebenzi wakhe uyangitshela phela ukuthi yini ayibonile uzongitshela ukuthi yini okufana nayo impawu ezifana nayo zibonile mhlambe khona nomehluko awubonile uzongichazela ukuthi kubona lokho akwenzekile.
Thank you. Now, in this instance, where where Colonel Mangena requested you to give an opinion on the work that he already had done, did that discussion take place?
Manje kulokhu ke la ucela khona uKhenel Mangena ukuthi ulethe umbone leyo ngxoxo yenzeka.
I gave him the feedback, my lord.
Ngambuyisela umphumela.
What feedback was it?
The feedback was that they were fired from the same firearm, my lord.
Ngamthi mase ngixoxisana na ngamtshela ukuthi cha lezi inhlamvu zami duthula isibhamu esisodwa.
What else?
Okunyeke
It's then that on the day, then he informed me that it is Senzo Meyiwa case. That is all that I can remember, my lord.
okunyeke wangitshela ukuthi yiqala kaSenzo Meyiwa kona ngikhumbula.
So just to recap from your answer, on your answer, you gave him back the items that he brought to you, which you also had worked on to formulate your opinion, and you told him that from your analysis, the bullet exhibits and the scene, the test bullets and the scene bullet seems to have been fired from the firearm that we brought to you, number one. Number two, Oh, sorry.
Manje kuloko ongichazela kona ukuthi wakilethela ke lezinto lesi ayikunikeza zona ukuthi uzihlola ke waseke umtshela ukuthi wena uhlaziyile lezi inhlamvu lezi lenhlamvu le ephuma endaweni yesigameko nale esetshenziswa ukuhlola ngayo.
May I proceed?
You were still proceeding, that is correct, ma'am.
And then number two, you then were informed by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena that this was the Senzo Meyiwa case. And that's it.
Emva kwalokho wasitshela uKhane Mangena ukuthi lena leli cala likaSenzo Meyiwa kosuba yilokho kwasiphela kanjalo.
That is all that I can remember, my lord, because I know that I gave him feedback and then he informed me which case it was, my lord.
Hayi ngikona ngikhumbulayo ngoba ngikhumbula ukuthi ngamnika umphumela wasengitshela ukuthi icala likabandeni.
You can't remember what really prompted him to tell you for him to come and tell you that this was Senzo Meyiwa's case. That you can't remember, not so.
Awukhumbula ukuthi yini yenza ukuthi akutshela ukuthi icala likaSenzo Meyiwa leli.
My lord, I can't remember that. I mean, conversations, we don't have a standard procedure of a certain conversation, my lord.
Hayi inqobo esixoxa ngayo so angikwazi ukukhumbula ukuthi saxoxa kanjani.
Thank you, sir. These exhibits, you would agree with me that the exhibits that you worked on, the test bullets, let us talk about the test bullets, is what is ballistically known as known matches, not so, because they were fired from the same firearm, allegedly, not so.
Angithi lezi inhlamvu ekuthiwa ama-test bullets yilezi ekuthiwa ziyaziwa ngoba zithuthulwe ngesibhamu esodwa kunjalo.
A test is known, my lord.
Athi yebo isibhamu ekuthiwa i-test inhlamvu ekuthiwa i-test inhlamvu eyaziwayo.
No, man, you don't understand my question. And if you don't understand my question, just don't answer. Request me to clarify it for you. Do you understand, Mr. Ntin, Captain Ntin?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you. Now, I'm saying to you, for the fact that the test bullets that you had to work on were fired allegedly from the same firearm as test bullets, those test bullets are known as known matches, not so.
Manje ngisho ukuthi ke lezi zinhlamvu lezi esithuthule ngalesi sibhamu okuthiwa isona esathuthulwa ngayo zenziwa njengokuthi ke yilezi ezinemphumela eyaziwayo kunjalo.
My lord, that is what I answered. I said the tests are known because the tests have been fired from a certain firearm. So those tests are known.
Yebo siyazi ukuthi ke lezi inhlamvu ekuthiwa ama-test inhlamvu ezaziwayo ngoba kuyaziwa ukuthi zathuthulwa ngasiphi isibhamu.
Thank you. Now, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena told this court, before we get there, how many test bullets did you work on?
Wayesebenza ngenhlamvu ezingaki zama-test bullet.
There were 8, my lord.
Zazishagalombili.
I see you reading from something there. What is it that you're reading from?
Yini ke lo ifundayo ngiyakubona sengathi khona okufundayo lapha.
This is my 2 and 2, my lord.
Ya i-2 and 2 yami le.
Oh, okay. Yeah, indeed, he said he fired 8 test bullets. And the reason for him to do that, he told this court, out of his own volition, that he had to do that because there was no consistent transfer of the marks from the tool into the exhibits. Do you get that?
Uthi-ke mefakaza le nkantolo Lieutenant Mangena uthi-ke wadubula lezi inhlamvu zama-test bullet eziwu-8 ngoba impawu lezi zasingadluliseki kahle ukudluliselela kulezi inhlamvu zivela esibhamini.
Do you understand that?
Uyakuzwisisa lokho?
I'm listening, my lord. Yeah, I'm following.
Thank you. Now, when you analyzed those test bullets, by the way, you said what test bullets did you analyze? He gave us the classes which he fired from this firearm as test bullets. Now, which bullets did you analyze? Test bullets did you analyze?
Uhlole ziphi inhlamvu ezama-test bullet?
It's 369 TB3 to 369 TB10.
Ngihlole u-369 TB3 kuyofikela ku-369 TB10.
Did those test bullets all have similar marks?
Zonke lezo nhlamvu bezinempawu ey'fanayo.
My lord, I've checked them, all of them, and then find that they do have the similarities. Then I've selected the one with the best marks.
Yebo ngihlole zonke ngabona ukuthi yebo iy'mpawu zikhona kodwa ngase ngikhetha-ke le engibona khona ukuthi iy'mpawu zicace kangcono.
My question is, did all those test bullets that you work on have similar marks? I'm not asking you whether you fired bullets and then you had to go for, which ones did you go for? I'm asking you, very simple question, sir.
They had similar marks, my lord.
Thank you.
Lezi nhlamvu lezi zonke nempawu ey'fananayo ukuthi yebo kunjalo.
Now, you then come and say, from those 8 marks, although they had similar, those 8 bullets, test bullets, although they had similar marks, then you went for those that had better marks, not so?
Akulezi nhlamvu-ke eziyisishiyagalombili nanoma zonke zazinempawu kodwa wafuna ezinempawu ezicace kangcono anginjalo.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Why would these bullets, these test bullets, others have better marks and others not, when they were fired from the same firearm?
Yini-ke kube nehlamvu ezinempawu ezicace kangcono kunezinye uma kuwukuthi zidudulwe ngesibhamu esisodwa?
My lord, the transfer of marks on the bullet is not going to repeat itself exactly the same.
Ukudluliseka kwey'mpawu angeke kufane ngendlela efananayo.
They will have those similarities, but they will be the one that will have at least the best marks that are clearly visible, my lord.
Khona-ke lezi zizoba nazo lezi mpawu kodwa khona ezinye ezizoba ney'mpawu ezicace kangcono.
Now, when others have better marks and others do not have better marks, on what basis do we then conclude that they've got similar marks?
Manje uma ubone ezinempawu ezicacile nezinye ezinempawu ezingacacile kahle, manje-ke yini-ke kuholele ekutheni uthi zinempawu ey'fananayo?
My lord, you will see that those marks are sufficient. They are similar, and then they are sufficient for you to make that finding, my lord.
Zokubona ukuthi lezo mpawu lezo zilingene ukuthi ziyafana ukuthi ungakwazi ukuthatha isinqumo ngazo.
But then say, if that is the case, you would not go for those that have got better marks, because they've got sufficient marks, then the marks are similar. You just take any bullet there at random and do your test, not so. If your explanation is anything to go by.
Mawuthi incazelo yakho incazelo eyamukelekayo ukuthi-ke ubungathatha nanoma yiphi inhlamvu bengingaphoqelele ukuthi uze ukhethe iy'nhlamvu obona sengathi zingcono kunezinye okusho ukuthi zonke seziyoba ney'mpawu ezifanana ncimishi.
My Lord, if you can recall previously, I said after checking all the tests, I picked up one test. On the comparison microscope, you can put a test and an exhibit, one. Then you check the test with that particular exhibit. Then you will find the similarities. Then you will rotate them up until you are satisfied. And then I picked up the second one just to verify what I have seen on the other test. I cannot say with the exhibits I've checked them all, but I've checked the tests against the tests to see that these tests, they've got the similarities. Then from there, I randomly picked up. Is that just, my Lord, because I did not write? I cannot say specifically it was this test.
Engwenza ukuthi ngithathe-ke inhlamvu bese ngifaka ngaphansi komshini ngiyihlola ngiqhathanisa ne-exhibit makukhona iy'mpawu engizibonayo bese ngithatha nenye ngiyahlola kanjalo ngilokhu ngiyiqhula kanjalo kodwa-ke akusho ukuthi-ke lezi ezinye azinazo iy'mpawu.
No, I don't get your explanation. It's your explanation is too clouded. My question is, if you are so sure that these bullets had similar marks, why did you have to go for those that you refer to as better marks?
Kuzama ukuthi uma ukuthi unesiqiniseko sokuthi zonke lezi iy'nhlamvu ziney'mpawu ezifanayo, yini indaba wasuka-ke wakhetha iy'mpawu uthi wena iy'nhlamvu uthi wena zinezimpawu ezicace kangcono?
My Lord, I had 8 tests. I've checked the tests against each other. Then from after checking those tests, then I picked up one. I cannot specifically say which one. Then I put there in order to compare it with the exhibit.
Ngathatha wonke lama-test bullets ngaqhathanisa wonke ngazibona zonke lezi mpawu ezibonakala wonke lama-test bullets. Bese-ke ngithola eyodwa engayibona ukuthi icace kangcono.
You're saying you checked, because I don't want to misunderstand you. You're saying you checked the test against themselves, then ultimately you pick one that you examined as against the sin bullet. Is that what you're saying?
Zonke lezi zinhlamvu ukuhlola ngazo ama-test bullets waqhathanisa zonke wase-ke kuzona-ke usuqhathanise zonke wasukhetha eyodwa-ke wasuyiqhathanisa leyo-ke nenhlamvu evela endaweni yesigameko.
That is correct, my Lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
So you therefore were being incorrect when you said out of the test you went for a better one. You went for the one with a better mark. That was, it's not what happened. You're wrong in saying that.
Manje usho lona iqiniso ukuthi uthe wonke lama-test khona wayekhetha ngoba ubona ukuthi nezimpawu ezingcono.
You are not incorrect. You are correct. What I'm saying is that I picked up the test from amongst the 8. Then I used it to compare it with the exhibit bullet in order to check if they do have a match. But what I've said also is that all the tests, they had the similar marks. However, I cannot say all the marks were all clearly the same. I don't know if I'm making sense, because nature does not repeat itself 100%. You will find that other marks are clearly visible than the others. Remember, I'm using a comparison microscope. So now if I see a certain test bullet with better marks than the other, then I will use that particular one.
I think,
Njengoba
sorry.
sengazile ukuthi ngihlole zonke lezi nhlamvu lezi. Ngathi kuma sengiqedile kwase kuba ikhona ke le nhlamvu engiyikhethayo ukuthi ngiyisebenzise. Ngoba zonke lezi nhlamvu zama-test bullet zazinayo impawu ezifananayo. Kodwa ke zazingafani ncimishi kuzo zonke iy'ndawo ngoba ke imvelo ayikwazi ukuthi ke iziphindaphinde ngendlela efananayo. So kwakuphoqela ukuthi ngifune le inhlamvu engangisiza ukuthi ngenze umsebenzi wami kangconywana.
Yeah, I think it's a question of language. Maybe the language expression could be deficient, and I'm not saying that. Because there is a word also, it's identical, more pronounced. Have you heard of those words?
That is correct, ma'am.
Yeah. You're using similar, the same. One bullet may have the same, two bullets may be identical, and they may have similar marks. But one may have more pronounced marks. That's how I understand the evidence.
That is correct, my lord.
It's unfortunate, my lord, that I'm expecting that explanation to come from this witness because I heard him very well
Yeah, fine.
when he said, I compared these 8 bullets initially. I compared these 8 bullets and found them to be similar. But of the 8 bullets, then I picked up the one with better marks.
Yeah.
Good. And then my question, follow-up question was, but if these bullets had similar marks, why did you have to go for a better one and not pick up a random bullet? That's when then he came up with the explanation that from the 8 bullets that he had compared amongst themselves, he just picked up a bullet and tested it as against the same bullet. This time, no longer the bullet with the better mark. Then the explanation just went from there on and on and on and on, until then the court came up with marks being more pronounced, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But this is not what this witness is saying, my lord. But nonetheless, I heard his answer. Thank you, sir. Get your answer. Thank you. The bullets which you say is the one which you opted to use in order to compare with the seen bullet against the background that we have just set, that it is the one with a better mark. What mark did those bullets, did that bullet from the 8 that you picked up which had a better mark, what mark did it have for you to come to the conclusion that this one is more pronounced than the other bullets, test bullets?
Manje khona le nhlamvu lena owakhetha ukuyisebenzisa ukuthi iqhathanise nenhlamvu ewumbukiso. Engifuna ukwazi ukuthi njengoba ke usuchazileke ngaphambilini, yiziphi impawu lezi eyayinazo ezazikwenza ukuthi ubone ukuthi indoda?
My lord, at this stage, I cannot say exactly which marks because remember, I did not write anything down. All that I said is that during that time when I checked the bullet and the test, I found similarities and then that I concluded that they were fired from the same firearm, my lord.
Kodwa ngeke ngoba ngibhalanga phansi ukuthi yini engiyibonayo yini engingayiboni angeke ngisakwazi ukubuya ngisho ukuthi naku ke ngakubona naku futhi engakubona engakwazi nje ukwenza ukuthi ngagcina ngibonile ukuthi le nhlamvu nenhlamvu evela endaweni yesigameko le sibhame so.
You see, sir, that's a problem. I'm not talking to a layman here. I'm talking to an expert, not so. An expert who did science on certain who applied science on certain exhibits, not so.
Lana ngikhuluma ngomuntu ongazi ngikhuluma nomuntu owuchwepheshe la owasebenzisa science ukuhlola kunjalo.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
You know, this, what you just now telling this court reminds me of a pathologist. Now, a pathologist is a person who does post-mortem, a doctor that does post-mortem. He went to court and told this court that, look, my chief finding on a post-mortem examination as to the cause of death of the deceased is asphyxia.
Uthi hayi la ngikhumbuza lo muntu ohlola idumbu wathi mebuza ukuthi yini wayithola ehloleni wesidumbu wayesethi into engiyitholile ukuhisheka ebizwa ngesingisi kuthiwa phecelezi asphyxia.
Now the court asked him, it was a him, the court asked him, how did this asphyxia happen?
Manje inkantolo yasembuza ukuthi wahisheka kanjani.
Now, the doctor said, no, I did not write it down.
Awusebethi udokotela cha ngizange ngibhale phansi.
Whether the asphyxia was brought along by strangulation, by suffocation, or loss of blood, he couldn't explain.
Wayengakwazi ukuchaza ukuthi lokhu ukuhisheka lokhu kwelethwa ukuthi wakhinywa umuntu noma kwenzeka kanjani wayengakwazi ukuchaza.
That is exactly what you're doing, sir. You're telling this court these bullets were similar. But similar in what respect? I mean, the bullet which you say had better marks was positively compared with the same bullet. How that happened? What is it that was in the sin bullet and in the test bullet? We don't know. Do you understand?
No, ichaza ukuthi ke ukhuluma njengadokotela ngoba awubazi usilethela incazelo ukuthi umuthi ke le nhlamvu lena yayinempawu ezibona ezicaceka ngcono iziphi lezi mpawu zazinjani.
What I can say, my lord, is that the pattern of those marks, I found similarities. I found them to be in agreement to make that particular finding, my lord.
Ngifuna ukusho ukuthi pattern yalezi mpawu lezi zangikholele ekutheni ngikwazi ukufinyelela esinqumeni.
So we've said that this is science. Every step of the way that culminated to your finding must be accounted for. This is what I found, this is what I found, this is what I found, therefore this was my result. Do we have that in your evidence here at court in respect of your finding?
Njengoba uthi usebenzisa iscience kufanele konke kulandelelwe kahle kwabekwa kahle kwacaca ukuthi nakho engitholile nakho okunye ngitholile nakho engitholile wenzeka kanjalo yini.
Hence, my lord, I said I was giving an opinion of which I did not write.
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi la ngangiletha umbono ke lo mbono ngizange ngubhale phansi.
And that is how experts do their things. Mark you, I don't doubt your level of expertise. But I'm asking, is that really how experts do their analysis? They don't write, no, nothing. They put everything in their head and later.
Kodwa ke umbuzo wami ukuthi iyona yini indlela ochwepheshe abasenza ngayo ukuthi bangabhali phansi ukuthi benzani.
They put everything in their head and then later on forget them.
Bagcina konke engqondweni bese ke kuphela kanjalo.
My lord, the person who will write, as the advocate has stated earlier, as the chief examiner, he will write his findings. The person who does the verification will write also his findings. The people that are giving opinion, they don't write.
No sengichazile lo umhlolo omkhulu ozohlola lama specimen alethiwe uyena ozobhala umbiko la letha umbiko lawa baletha umbiko imbono nje akukho lutho olubhalayo.
Thank you, sir. Have you come here as an opinion giver or as an expert?
Uzelana ngokuthi uzochaza ukuthi ngoletha umbono noma uzelana njengochwepheshe.
I gave an opinion, my lord.
Nganika umbono.
So we are wrong to refer to you as an expert.
Kusho ukuthi akulona iqiniso ukuthi kuzobe kungekho ngokulungile ukuthi sikubize ngokuthi uchwepheshe.
Mr. Mnisi, sorry,
Yes.
sorry to interfere. You just referred to this gentleman. You said, I don't doubt that you're an expert. Am I quoting you correct?
Yes.
But I don't doubt your expertise. I heard you
Initially, I said that, man.
Yeah, fine. I'm saying you said that.
Yes.
Now you're investigating and querying the very thing you tell him you think and you know that he is.
That was before
That's all. That's all.
That
Now
was
you can go on. That's all.
No, man. No.
I don't
It was-
doubt that you're an expert.
Yes, madam.
Thereafter, you say, are you an expert or an opinion giver?
Yes.
Fine. I say, fine, you can go on.
But that is subsequent to the answer that
Yeah.
he gave me, my lord. All that I'm saying here are prompted by the answers which he's giving. And for the fact that I said to him, I don't doubt his expertise, my lord. I said that out of respect. But because of the answers that he himself gave me, or gave this court, I've got no reasons, my lord, not to ask him whether he has come here as an opinion giver or as an expert. Then he proceeds to say, I've come here as an opinion giver. Now, when you have come here as an opinion giver, say, then the usage of, my saying to you that I don't doubt your level of expertise as an expert could have been misplaced, not so. Because we have come here as an opinion giver, not so.
Manje njengoba lana uzoletha ubufakazi bakho njengolethe umbono ukuthi-ke ukuthi ngikubize ngochwepheshe kuzobe kungelona iqiniso njalo.
My lord, this opinion that I gave is an opinion that will be given by a ballistic expert, my lord.
Umbono engunikile umbono olethwa nguchwepheshe.
Not anyone can give this particular opinion.
Akuyena ubani nobani ongakwazi ukuthi alethe lo mbono lo.
And as an expert, are you not supposed to take this court through the processes that you went through in arriving at your conclusion?
Njengochwepheshe-ke akufanele yini ukuthi ukhombise ukuthi yiphi umzila lo wawulandela ukuze ulethe lo mbono.
My lord, as I've alluded that I was giving an opinion, I gave an opinion. I did not write on the pro forma. The person who writes on the pro forma is the person who will be doing verification.
Njengoba ngishilo ukuthi bengiletha umbono angizange ngibhale ku-proforma ungishilo futhi ukuthi obhala umbiko yilo owumhloli omkhulu.
That pathologist that I referred you to, ne, just to complete the mosaic, they had to call him and he had to go and account on the nature of the work that he did and presented at court. But nonetheless, let us proceed. Now, on the 22nd of July 2020, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena goes to you and requests for an opinion. You said last time, under cross-examination by my colleague, Ms. Mgomezulu, that you can't remember at what time did he approach you. Was it in the afternoon, or was it mid-morning, mid-morning, or was it midday? That you can't remember, not so.
Mhla 22 July 2020 uthi awusakhumbula ukuthi wafika nini uMangena uthi azocela umbiko, wazi ukuthi sekuseni noma isemini noma ntambama, usakhumbula njalo?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo njalo.
And then in your affidavit, the one that you said you were requested much against your protocol by Advocate Baloyi to prepare. You say on the 22nd of July 2020, during the performance of my official duties, I was requested by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena to provide a microscopic opinion regarding the following exhibits, bullet and test bullets. You mentioned them in 3.1 and in 3.2. And then in paragraph 4, you say, I examined the fired bullet mentioned in paragraph 3.1 and 3.2 and compared to the individual and task characteristics markings transferred to them by firearm components during firing process using a comparison microscope and found that the bullet that is mentioned in 3.1 and 3.2 were fired from the same firearm. That's what is contained in your affidavit, not so?
Loko kufundiwe ikona yini la ku affidavit yakho?
Sorry, not so?
That is correct, my lord.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, unjani?
So this whole process, the receipt, the comparison, and the finalization of the comparison and the making available of the results of a comparison is happening on the 22nd of July 2020, not so?
Wonke lo msebenzi wenziwa ngomhla 22 kuJulayi unjani?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo unjani?
And you have earlier on indicated that an opinion, a person that goes out and seek for an opinion from his colleague, he does that after he has finalized his comparison, not so?
Ke ohamba yocela umbono kwabasebenza nabo. Ukwenza lokho mase qedile ukwenza wakho umsebenzi unjani?
That is correct, my lord. I said
Yebo unjani?
you check them first and then you can go and ask for an opinion, my lord, after you've checked them.
Uhlola kuqala ebese ke kuyima uhamba uyocela imibono.
Thank you. Now, okay, before I get to this point, you know Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, when he testified, he said after he had completed his examination or analysis on this ballistic engagement, he then approached 4 of his colleagues for them to confirm his work. That's what he told in his court.
Okay, mangena uthi ke seqedile ukwenza umsebenzi wakho obhalisiwe wa yakuba la sebenza nabo abane ukuthi beze bazoqinisekisa umsebenzi wakhe.
But it is only Mr. Surero who then countersigned his work. Do you follow?
Kodwa ke ubaba uSirero kuphela naye owa sayenda emsebenzini wakhe kunjani?
I'm following, my lord.
Ngiyakulandela lokho.
Lieutenant Colonel Mangena does not say, I approached 4 of my colleagues. I approached Lieutenant Colonel Surero to confirm my work, and Captain Tini, Captain Hrobla, and the other Hrobla that's not here, I think it's Feljun. Those 3, I only requested opinion from them. Do you follow?
Ade Lieutenant Colonel Mangena umenza la kazachaza ukuthi wafika wacela abane ukuthi bamhlolele umsebenzi wakhe, wacela uLieutenant Colonel Sirelo, Captain Tuli, Captain Hroblet, Captain Billion ukuthi bamhlolele umsebenzi wakhe. Anginjalo?
I'm listening, my lord.
That's what he told this court.
Ilokho akutshela le nkantolo.
And I do not doubt Lieutenant Colonel Mangena's understandings of these processes.
Angingabazi ukuthi ke inqubo uyayazi uLieutenant Colonel Mangena mayelana nokusebenza lo msebenzi.
He's a very seasoned ballistic expert.
Umkantshubovu ku-ballistic ukuhlola kwe-ballistic.
He's able to differentiate between opinion from what I could discern from how he offered, he proffered his testimony. He was able, it's a person that struck me as a person who's able to differentiate between an opinion and a confirmation.
Mangimbheka mina ngibona sengathi umuntu okwazi ukuhlukanisa phakathi kombono nesiqiniseko.
Do you understand?
Angizwisisi?
I'm listening, my lord.
Lalela.
And in fact, throughout his testimony, I yet have to come across the word where he says, I requested an opinion from my other colleagues. Because
So
he's
you
always
said-
been speaking about confirmation, overriding my work, and probably checking my work. Opinion, never. So it's yourself and Captain Grobler who, through this document, this 212, came and told this court that Lieutenant Colonel Mangena approached you and requested for an opinion.
So usho ukuthi wena ke no-Captain Grobler abeza kule nkantolo bathi yebo u-Captain Ngayengena weza wazosicela ukwenza lo msebenzi.
Do you understand?
Angizwisisi?
I'm listening, my lord.
Any comment?
Ngaphawula?
My lord, the only thing that I can say is that the word opinion, anyone who's working in ballistics or has worked in ballistics, he knows this opinion.
Osebenza lapha ku-ballistic ngazi ukuthi bonke akekho noyedwa ongayazi ukuthi ukuthini opinion.
That exactly confirms what I've just said to you now, that Lieutenant Colonel Mangena knows what an opinion is, knows what a confirmation, comma, override, comma, and check, and checking of a work. If he would have wanted to say opinion, he would have simply have mentioned that yourself, Captain Grobler, and the other captain, I don't know whether the state is going to call him or what, he would have approached you for an opinion, not a confirmation. Do you understand?
Ngoba ngithi uyazi kahle uMangena ukuthi yini umbono and yini ukuletha isiqiniseko bezobe engezanga kinina wazothi uzocela umbono bezothi cela nilethe isiqiniseko kanjani.
I hear you, my lord, and I cannot comment further on what Colonel Mangena has said, my lord.
Thank you.
Angekwazi ukuphawula kuya phambili ngiphawule kwasho Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
Because this is what he told this court. I'm not thumbsucking this. This is what he told this court, and I'm going to refer to the record of the proceedings of the 30th of August 2024 on page number 7. I'm going to read it very quickly. He said this under my cross-examination when Mr. Mnisi was cross-examining him. This is what happened. Now, Mr. Mnisi says, thank you. Now you say you will refer this, you request just one of your colleagues to come and override your work. What words did you use now? Oversee. Mr. Mangena says, confirm. Then Mr. Mnisi says, confirm, yes, to come and confirm your work, and that will be all, not so. Mr. Mangena says, that is correct. Then Mr. Mnisi says, thank you, sir, thank you. Now, in the case that we are busy with here, you told to this court that although this was a positive result, that is, according to you, there was a positive match, you called 4 people to come and confirm your results, not so. I repeat that. You called 4 people to come and confirm your results, not so. That was a question that I posed to him. Then Mr. Mangena's answer was, that is correct, my lord. I called 4 people to check. Mr. Mnisi says, is that a normal practice? Then Mr. Mangena says, my lord, It depends on the exhibits that you have and the quality of marks that you have and the case that you are working. If it is a high-profile case, I'll make sure that we get more people to go, to come and confirm the findings for quality control also. Did you get that?
I've heard that.
Thank you. I just wanted to sum this one up on whether or not Mr. Mangena approached you for a confirmation or for an opinion. In his own words, he said confirmation. Do you understand?
Uba Mangena bengifuna nje ukuletha isiqiniseko ukuthi iliphi igama lisebenzisa confirmation noma opinion ukuthi ke isiqiniseko noma umbono.
Any comment?
My Lord, when the advocate was reading there, I also heard the word check.
Yes.
And Lieutenant Colonel Mangena also used the word to confirm. So what I can say is that the checking, if he asked me to check, I'm giving an opinion. The process of checking, the process of confirming, we are using the same instrument, the comparison microscope. However, the word confirm or to verify, the person who signs there, then we call him a verifier. That is the comment that I can give, my Lord.
Naleli oluvezile lokuthi ulethe isiqiniseko engwenza ukuthi uthatha le inhlamvu lezi ngisibheka ngaphansi kwe-microscope ngisihlole bese ke ngiyasho ukuthi nake ngibona.
So check according to you means opinion.
Futhi ke ukuhlola ngokwakho uchaza ukuthi ke kusho ukuthi ke umbono lo.
My Lord, that is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that in your reading there, I've heard you mentioned check, and I've heard you mentioned confirmation. All that I'm saying is that all those, the two things, to check and to confirm, we are using the same instrument, of which is a comparison microscope. However, the person who signs there, as long as he signs, then we said he's done verification.
Lamagama la ucheck no confirm las maswa usenzisa ukuthi sisebenzise instrument eyodwa ukuthi sihlole ngayo lokho ke uyakwazi ukuthi uchaze ukuthi cha na umbono wami.
Mr. Tini, please don't try too hard. You have just told this court that the word check, according to you, means opinion. Is that not what you said?
Wena igama lelo kuhlola lichaza ukuthi umbono akubona lo.
What I'm saying, my Lord, is that...
Is that not what you said? Did you say it or you didn't say it? That the word check means opinion.
My Lord, in my pro forma, I don't have the word check. I've got verification.
Ule mafom la swagcwalisa pro forma. Alikho leli gama elithi check. Elikhona ile lithi verification.
Thank you.
Verification ochaza ukuthi ukuletha isiqiniseko.
Thank you. I hope the point is made, sir. Thank you. And very clearly so. Now, 20 July 2020, Mr. Mangena gives you experiments. You work on, you complete them on the same day. Do you have a clue? Can you remember how long did it take you to go through this whole exercise on the 22nd? That's now 22 July 2020.
22 July 2020 kwakhathi isikhathi esingakanani ukuthi wenze lo msebenzi wokuhlola?
From beginning to the end.
Siqaleni uyofika egcineni.
I cannot recall that, my Lord.
Angeke ngakwazi ukukhumbula lokho.
Thank you. Now, this is what Colonel Mangena told this court. And I want you to listen and listen very carefully. because it has got a huge bearing on your testimony. I just want to be frank with you. It does have. The proceedings of the 29th of August 2024, when I also was cross-examining him, it starts on page 49. Paragraph 10, it's him, Mr. Mangena. He says, I started with the FMJs. I compared the FMJs and then I put them. I cannot recall whether I also did with the same exercise with the other bullets. But I continue. When I start to continue, I took my exhibit bullet and put them on the left-hand side and started comparing it with all those other exhibits that I had with me. I'll read and then thereafter I'll give Mr. Ngobo just to interpret. Ne?
Can you do one sentence at a time because you tend to read quite a long passage and it
Yes, sir.
becomes impossible to remember it.
Yeah, I just skipped my mind that I should have prepared a copy for you as well. You understand? Yeah, I should have prepared a copy for you. But what I will do is I'll read through and then I'll give this to you and then you summarize it. Thank you, sir. And then Mr. Mnisi says to Mr. Mangena, yes. So you say you still cannot recall exactly what you did, Mr. Mangena says. That is correct. My Lord, he says, that is correct, my Lord, because the whole exercise did not take an hour or 2 hours. It take days, because I started working after collecting the firearm, which we now know it was on the 20th. After shooting the test, then Tuesday, Wednesday, I was busy on the microscope with all those exhibits. I cannot remember, but my report, I started compiling my report on Friday. Mr. Mnisi, yes. Now with the addendum to your answer, should I then understand you to mean that at some stage, you were tired working on this exercise or on this experiment, on this examination? It took you almost a week, so it drained you. Do I understand you to mean that, Mr. Mangena, my Lord? When I'm working on the microscope, once I feel that my eyes are tired, I've been working on the microscope for a long time, my eyes are tired, you'll start missing some of the markings, so I will rather stop and then I will continue. I will continue. It is either the next morning or when I maybe after a long break and I can start working on it. So that is why I said it did not take me a day, it took me a long time. Then Mr. Mnisi, thank you. I quite agree with you on that one. Some other things can be very draining. But then, are you then saying that the nature of this exercise, the comparison, was it a tedious and a difficult one? So which is the reason why it took you so many days? Mr. Mangena says, my Lord, with such exhibits from such a bullet that has worn out, it takes time for you to look at these things and it takes time for you to see all your markings properly. Mr. Mnisi, now with that explanation, sir, would it then be correct to say that it was not an easy exercise? It was a difficult exercise because we had to go into the system and compare, come out of the system, go back and compare it. It was not really a simple exercise. It was a tedious exercise. Do I understand you to mean that? Then Mr. Mangena says, my Lord, I will say as long as you started, you have identified maybe the groups that are visible, that you can see on your exhibits. When you start with those other tests, you can check your tests, you keep on marking them. Maybe after some time, you know which marked bullet you have marked. You start looking at them, then you can, from there, you start doing the follow-up when you say it is a follow-up. You start rotating them simultaneously, looking at the relevant same position on both items for more marks. Mr. Mnis, yes. Mr. Mangena, to clear up, it is not that it took me the whole week to do that. I've checked that and thereafter I gave it to my colleagues to check. So they also took some time, but I will not say not as much time as I took. Let's stop it there.
Ngalakhuluma ukuthi uMangena mekaza ukuthi umsebenzi wakhe wawenza kanjani. Othi ke uyachaza ukuthi no umsebenzi wawenza kwathatha isikhathi eside ngoba kwesinye isikhathi ke kwakukhona nokuthi ke akhathale emehlweni nesikhathele abona ukuthi mhlambe ke ngakhona impawu angeke asakwazi ukuzibona. So kwagcina lokwenze ukuthi athathe isikhathi eside ukwenza lo msebenzi wokuhlola.
Thank you. Now, it is beyond reproach that Lieutenant Colonel Mangena is more experienced than you, not so?
Colonel Mangena uchwepheshe okodlulayo kanjani?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani?
And you heard when he told to this court that for him to do this thing, it did not take him a day or two. It took him long.
Zelo ukuthi wathi yena lo msebenzi lo akuyona uthatha isikhathi esifishane uthatha isikhathi eside.
Such that he started to work on his affidavit on a Friday.
Okwaholela ekuthena abhale i-affidavit yakhe ngoLwesihlanu.
When he had started with the analysis on a Monday.
Uthi waqala nomsebenzi wokuhlaziya ngoMsombuluko.
Do you follow?
I'm following, my lord.
Yebo.
Now, Mr. Mangena, with such massive experience on ballistic-related matters, took almost a week to come to the conclusion that he arrived at. And it only takes you a time that you are no longer able to remember, but something that is less than a day to come to your conclusion. Is there any logical explanation for it?
My lord, I've heard what the advocate was reading there, and it contains a lot of things like typing of statements. I've only done part of which was just to give an opinion with regard to a microscopic comparison. Then my duty ended there. The advocate has mentioned the chief examiner, who will be doing everything. I don't know when did he do what, but from your reading, I heard you spoke about the typing of affidavit. Those are some of the duties that he has done as chief examiner, as they belong to him, as those are his responsibilities.
No, mina umsebenzi wenza nje uyingxenye yalonke lo msebenzi ofanele wenziwe lapho ngoba mina ngifanele nje umbono nje ukuthi noma ngiqhathanisa ngathola ini manje lo umhlolo omkhulu yena ufanele akwenze konke lokho aphinda kube nanembiko ayibhalayo noma affidavit ababhalayo so kuthatha isikhathi eside.
Sir, please don't try to sway things that I've said. Mr. Mangena says he only started to compile his report on a Friday when he started to work on this experiment on a Monday, which was the 20th. Do you understand? Do you understand?
I understand that, my lord.
Thank you. And let me specifically bring you to what is important, what he specifically says. This is what he says. My lord, because the whole exercise did not take an hour or 2 hours. It took days because I started working after collecting the firearm. After the shooting, the test, then on Tuesday, on Wednesday. I was busy on the microscope with all those exhibits. On Tuesday, on Wednesday, I was busy on the microscope with all those exhibits. Now, when we look into the calendar of 2020, July 2020, the 20th was on a Monday. The 21st was on a Tuesday. The 22nd, the day on which you say he approached you for an opinion, was on a Wednesday. Do you follow?
Masibheka ikhalenda yamhla 2 July 2020. Masibheka umhlomduko umhla 20 kwangumsombuluko. Masibheka umhla 21st kwakulesibili, masibheka umhla 22 kwawulesithathu. Lelanga wena uthi wacela ngalo ukuthi umbhekele.
Do you follow?
I'm following, my lord.
Thank you. After shooting the test, then on Tuesday, Wednesday, I was busy on the microscope with all those exhibits. In other words, say, you are saying that Mr. Mangena approached you on a Wednesday when he was still busy on the microscope.
Okuchazayo ke wena ukuthi kusho ukuthi ke njengoba ethena ngolesibili nangolesithathu wayesebhizi ku-microscope, chaza ukuthi ke uMangena wayeza kuwena ezocela ukuthi umsize ngalo msebenzi engakaqedi ukwenza umsebenzi wakhe.
And mind you, you had told this court that an expert can only approach another expert from the opinion once they are done with the work that they are doing. Not so.
Ukuthi ke wena omunye uchwepheshe angacela omunye uchwepheshe ukuthi amhlolele umsebenzi uma kuwukuthi yena useqedile ukwenza wakhe umsebenzi.
Not so.
Anginjani?
I'm following, my lord.
Ngiyalandela.
Mr. Mangena is very pertinent, it's very clear. It does not need any particular expertise to understand what Mr. Mangena is saying. On a Tuesday and a Wednesday, I was still busy on the microscope with all those exhibits. In other words, it was not yet done. And yet, he comes to you for an opinion. How do you explain that?
Mangena ke ngomhla 21 olesibili nangolesithathu wayesematasa ephethe lo msebenzi wakhe wokuhlola ukuthi ukuthi weza kuwena engakaqedi ukwenza umsebenzi wakhe. Anginjani?
We object to this line of questioning. It's quite clear from what Mr. Advocate Munisi said. There is no time in which Colonel Mangena said he finished working on the exhibits on Wednesday. So it would be unfair for this witness to also comment into that.
There is nothing unfair here, my lord. Everything comes from Mr. Mangena's testimony. He says, I started compiling my report on a Friday. What is not clear about that? He says on a Tuesday and a Wednesday, I was busy on the microscope with all those exhibits. I'm not thumbsucking, this information is not there. What it is unfair with that? Can you please answer the question? How do you reconcile that?
My lord,
Yourself, yes.
my lord, I cannot comment on that one.
Thank you. I've got no comment. And I can put it to you, say, normally I'm not a fan of trying to postulate the reason why a person cannot comment on a particular answer. But in instances such as this one, I'm more than justified to say that you have been requested here to come in, and this is the second reason. Mind you, I told you earlier on that the first reason why you had come here to come and validate, yes, I haven't forgotten this time, to come and validate the state's narrative was that first reason. This is the second reason. Unfortunately, your validation, your attempt to validate the state's attempt to create a certain narrative of the use of a firearm in this case missed Mr. Mangena's testimony in this regard. I therefore feel justified, sir, to brand you as a hired gun. You standing there as a hired gun. You don't know what you did. You're forgetting everything that you did as an expert. I'm even not so sure whether, as you standing there, particularly in this case, you came here as an expert or as an opinion giver. Now, Mr. Mangena approaches you even before he could complete his work on the 22nd. What should the court make of all these inexplicable circumstances of this case that you have come to testify about?
Lana ulethe into ngibona sengathi wena ulethelwe lana nje ukuthi uzosiza umshushisi ukuthi alethe lesi sithombe sokuthi isibhamu lesi sasetshenziswa lapha, kodwa wena uningi ongasakhumbuli nesikhathi asasikhumbuli. Kuyabonakala nala ukuthi lana uthe uze lana njengomchwepheshe, akucaci ukuthi uze njengomchwepheshe noma uletha umbono. Manje ke umbuzo wami kusho ukuthi konke lokhu kuholele wena ulethelwe nje ukuthi uzosiza umshushisi.
My Lord, I will stand up again and object to the use of the phrase a hired gun to the witness. My understanding of a hired gun is someone who's been paid to come and say something, and I submit, my Lord, it's improper for Advocate Minister to use such to the witness.
Do you know the Judge Dennis Davis? The one who says, judge for yourself, on TV.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a buddy of mine. He used that weight in a particular judgment. I need to tell you the judgment.
There's the court, please.
As it please the court, my Lord, thank you. I'm not so sure whether the court is coming to my rescue, but there is nothing wrong in referring to an expert as a hired gun. It's all over the show. You go to authorities, law reports that are dealing with road traffic, what is it now? Road accident fund cases, medical negligence cases. This phrase, a hired gun, is referred to there very extensively, so it's not an insult. Don't feel insulted.
No, I'm just trying to explain to the witness that the person who first used this word in South Africa,
Yes.
in a divorce case,
Yes, my Lord.
was Dennis Davis.
That is,
1994.
yes,
It's a reported case.
yes, my Lord. Yeah.
You know that case, Mr.
I,
Not particularly, but the context.
Yeah, fine.
It's something.
Yeah, it was the first guy who
as it please the court, my Lord. So say, when I say to you a hired gun, I just don't say it out of nowhere. I'm saying it, basing it on what, as I try to compare and contrast your testimony here at court. You said you've got no comment, not so?
Uthe wena akukho ngaphawula kuloko ukuthi ebengibeka ukuthi wena ulethelwe nje ukuthi uzoqinisekisa into efuna ukubekwa umshushisi phambi kwenkantolo kanjani.
My Lord, I can only say I'm not supporting any narrative.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cha ingakusho nje ukuthi akukho engizokusekela.
Now, finally,
Can I just finalize?
as I look at your affidavit on paragraph 3 of your affidavit, and paragraph 3 of Captain Grobler's affidavit, they are twins, the content thereof, from paragraph 3 to paragraph 5, which is the gist of your affidavit. The contents thereof are similar. They are basically two peas in a pond.
Umbiko ka Captain Grobler paragraph 3 nombiko wakho paragraph 3. Zona sengathi lembiko lena lama paragraph la, so paragraph 3 kuyofika ku paragraph 5 ifana ncimishi
the content thereof, the wording, the punctuation, the spelling, and everything is just similar. Could that have been a coincidence?
konke lo indlela okubhalwe ngayo punctuation nendlela ufakwe ngayo spelling lapho kufana ncimishi yinto engazenzekela le.
My lord, from my office, there is a standard way of writing an affidavit.
Ehhovisi lami khona indlela ebekiwe yokuthi sibhala kanjani i-affidavit.
And
Which
other,
could-
other things such as the caliber and the markings, my lord, you cannot change.
Ezinye izinto ezinjengobukhulu besibhamu nempawu awukwazi ukushintsha lokho.
You heard me. I said even the punctuation and the spelling and the phrasing of the words. Could that have been a coincidence? Or you use the same computer to prepare paragraph 3 to paragraph 4 of your statement? Of your I mean, yourself, Krobla and yourself.
Senzisa ikhompyutha yodwa yini or nespelling siyafana.
My lord, we didn't use the same computer. Hence, I'm
Sense
saying
ikhompyutha yodwa.
we are having a standard way of drafting an affidavit, my lord.
Nendlela ebekiwe yokuthi sibhale i-affidavit.
Thank you, sir. The standard way of drafting a affidavit. Thank you. Got no further questions.
Yes.
That will be all for me, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
What time is it now?
Quarter to 4, my lord.
Is this the end of this witness?
No, they must still cross-examine.
Mr. Mnumalo,
Noma and Advocate Shalom.
you want to cross-examine this witness?
My lord, may I bring it to the attention of the court that I will have no cross-examination to this
Yeah,
witness.
you did. And Mr. Cholona? Okay, so that is the end of this witness's evidence. Except you want to re-examine him, I don't know.
We can adjourn to tomorrow, my lord.
Oh, okay. Yeah. They haven't seen a standard affidavit in a ballistic manual. Oh,
In
you
this
have-
instance, it's very suspicious. my
You
lord. Out
have,
of
you have
record,
seen one, I
though.
can show you one.
Thank you, my lord.
Okay, let's adjourn until tomorrow at 10. Are you available, sir, tomorrow?
That is correct, my lord, I'm available.